It's the 75th running of the Manitoba Derby. I'm Kirt and we're joined by Dylan Beardy and Gentry Van Ball of Century Mile in Edmonton, and also Bailey Williams from BC Racebook in Vancouver.
The $125,000 Manitoba Derby features a full field of 10 going a mile and 8.
First leg of the brand new Western Canadian Triple Crown.
And it includes contenders from all across North America to compete in the biggest race of the year at Assiniboia Downs.
My top pick in the Derby is Heroic Move, the one horse sent out by Robertino Diodoro, who has won this race 4 previous times. Heroic Move ran such a big race at Churchill Downs in an allowance event where the horse actually had the lead late down the lane and was caught by 2 ralliers in the most recent start at Prairie Meadows in the Iowa Derby. This horse ran absolutely lights out and was in trouble around the turn. He wasn't able to get the horse going as he was hemmed in with the horse in front of him and one on the outside. Come the lane, he was able to get out, but just wasn't able to get there, losing by a half a length in the end. That was such a great move. So I'm going to take him on top, and I'm going to bet a big exactor bet to the 3-horse She-Boy. So I'm taking 1-3 in the Manitoba Derby.
Lots of Alberta-bred connections here for the full field of 10 for the Manitoba Derby. Going to go with the 3 She-Boy for one of Century Mile's leading trainers, Craig Smith, with jockey Alex Martia Born, 6-1 on the morning line, coming off a very impressive maiden-breaking win at Ellis Park last time out by 7 lengths.
I do like She-Boy as well. I think we'll see him on the front end of things, joined by Heroic Move, who is the Diodoro trainee with Rico Walcott up, one of our Alberta leading jockeys in previous years. But I'm opting for the 5 in here, the other Robertino Diodoro horse, B Minor, with Jorge Carreño up. I do like this horse's off-the-pace running style and does have 2 Assiniboia Downs works so far, as opposed to some of the other shippers who are just coming in a little bit fresh. She-Boy has had 2 works over the track as well, which I think is going to be an advantage for these horses.
My wager for the Manitoba Derby will be a $20 win place on number 3, She-Boy.
My wager for the Manitoba Derby will be a $10 exacta with 5, with 1, 3, and 10. Heading over now to Bailey Williams in BC.
Thank you, Gentry. Local owners Willow Creek Farm send out number 4, Neighbor, as a hopeful for the Manitoba Derby. As well, I have a little bit of a family tie with number 6, Rough Customer, as he goes out for trainer Rod Hagee, who happens to be my dad. So I will be cheering for both those connections. However, I'll be heading to the rail horse number 1, Heroic Move. He ran a very game 3rd in the Iowa Derby. The added distance of a mile and an 1/8 just might be what this horse is looking for to close late. Although it is an unfortunate post position, the team of Robertino Diodoro and Rico Walcott are definitely a combination you don't want to leave out in any Derby wager. I will be placing a $20 place wager on number 1, Heroic Move. Back to you, Kirt.
And remember, first post time on Monday is 7:30 p.m. with the Manitoba Derby going at approximately 10:05 p.m. Central. And be sure to join us for our pregame show, ASD Live, at 6:45 Central Time.
And don't forget, there's a $100,000 guaranteed pick 4 and the jackpot pick 5, which is currently sitting at $597,000 and change. It will be climbing come Monday because it is a mandatory payout.
Good luck with all of your wagers on the Manitoba Derby on Monday.
And don't forget, the 94th running of the Canadian Derby is coming up on Saturday, August 26th here at Century Mile in Edmonton.
And now over to you, Stretch. Stretch? Stretch? Where are you, Stretch?
But they're a long way from home, baby. Balloon Ball proves it's no fluke. He's back on track. He destroys them in the 64th Winnipeg.
And now, present the trophy. You're always welcome here in Winnipeg.
Prancer coming to the wire is gonna take the Manitoba. Flashy Jewel with 6. One more try. Flashy Jewel is gonna hang on with 6 up to Rangers. Let him get close, and he's unleashed the hound in the Derby. Oil Money, he can't go a mile and an eighth. He did it in the 71st Derby. Something natural is not going to do it today. These two to the wire. Mongolian wins. Yeah, baby! Red Knobs will take the 74th running of the Manitoba Derby.
The Manitoba Jockey Club acknowledges that we are on Treaty 1 territory and that the land on which we gather is the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe, Cree, Ojibwe, Dakota, and Dene peoples and the homeland of the Métis Nation. We pay our respect to the First Nations and Métis ancestors of this land.
And welcome everybody to ASD Live, brought to you by Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries. It's Derby Day, day 31 or 32 on the racing calendar. Let's take a quick look back at last week's racing action on Wednesday. Who was hot? Well, on the jockey side, we had Demario Bino that did have 2 wins, and also Neville Stevenson had 2 wins, including Reasonably Lovely in the Manitoba Oaks, 4 3-year-old fillies. And on the trainer side, Wendy Anderson had a good day with 2 wins. So looking at the jockey standings, Antonio Whitehall still up by 7 on jockey Jorge Carreño. And on the trainer side, Jerry Gorno has lots of breathing room now. He's up by 9 over Wendy Anderson and Jared Brown. Stretch, what did you see on the racetrack on Wednesday?
Yeah, just before I talk about the track, I'd like to just thank everybody for the support all year. Appreciate that very much.
Absolutely amazing.
It is, for sure. And if this is your first time tuning into us, you picked the right show to tune in because...
You did, because we're dressed nice.
Well, we are dressed nice, yes. So we don't always dress this way if this is your first time tuning in. But also the other reason for everybody else tuning in, we've got the mandatory payout of the Pick 5. I think,
all mine.
Oh, yeah.
All mine.
I don't know if there's one.
I think I've only hit one this year, but it's all mine.
Okay, and I think we get to $2 million. And then the Pick 4 guaranteed of $100,000. I think we skyrocket and go way over that. Maybe hit the $200,000. I thought we'd have a bit of story time with Stretch today.
Oh boy!
But yes, and so just because we've got
what is that?
It's story time.
Okay.
A couple memories for me for the Derby. Normally I'd give out some handicapping angles, but I thought I'd just talk about a couple Manitoba Derbies. One is Rough Catch in '89. I was in the grandstand with my parents watching it, actually not far from this spot, and kind of cheering as that one. And then the other one I had to mention was the primetime TV one on a sunny Monday afternoon with that absolutely big move on the turn that just destroyed with Travers Hightower up. That's just one of those moves you see live. You just so impressed and you just can't forget. I've got many more, but
that was a jaw dropper.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't have that much time for story time. How about you? What about a race call or a memory that you remember or something about that?
Well, I remember a lot of them, but I've been around for about 38 derbies. My most memorable was probably last year when coming down the lane, Great Escape and Red Knobs, they were putting on a show, and Great Escape I decided to call Pray for Peace, which after, when I'm doing it live, I don't see that, but then they show the replay, and I'm a YouTube special after that one, and the owners are going, hey, I ran second. Well, you still get the money no matter what I call you. So my best derby so far, I'm going to say the 75th.
Excellent. This one, you haven't made any mistake. You haven't made any mistakes
No,
yet.
I haven't.
I'm
blemished.
And that was a tough call. That horse was hidden beside you. You lose the color. It's hard to tell on that. You still called it really well. Calling it, and that's a rare mistake, I think, out of all the races.
Thanks, Stretch.
But enough of that, because I've got lots of stuff for you today.
I bet you do. All right, let's kick off the card with a $5,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-2-lifers. They're going to go 1 mile. A field of 6 have assembled. Stretch, what do you have?
All right, I've got it down to 2. 1 speed horse, 1 closer. You've got it in reverse order.
I'm with you on the 2 of them.
Yeah. I'm going with the speed. I thought this horse was in a very tough spot last time, kind of an aggressive spot to see where this horse is. I like the attempt, and the horse, one, it had to run against Frank, and then if you take a look at the horse that finished 3rd in here, you'll turn to page 7, you're going to see the horse in the Derby. I think, like I said, Wendy just wanted to see what she had. The big drop is not a concern, because if you look back, this horse was running for 32 and 4,000, so it actually above the claiming price. I don't know if this horse needs the lead, but I think he can get the lead and just kind of keep going from there. And then my second selection is your top one, is the closer. Good first race. Out was actually getting to the winner. It was just too short. So now if the 2 kind of doesn't maybe gets in a bit of a duel or can't get the distance, then this horse can pick up the pieces. For that, I've got it between those 2, and then it's a bit of a drop off. I had to go to the 1 though, include this maybe to complete the try in here.
Because the fillies have been doing well against the boys.
Exactly right, and also just likes the distance, just picks up the pieces where the others might try to go early. This horse, she's going to just sit back and make a late close. 2, 3, and 1.
Yeah, I'm with you on the top 2. I think the Lona Ranger will go out to the lead, but Rig Right ran so good in there. Takati Gold was a filly against the boys. She got an easy lead and walked on the field, but I really like how this horse sprinted coming out of the route races. I don't think it'll be too far behind Lona Ranger, but I'm with you, those 2, but I'm giving Rigged Right the nod in here, and I'm throwing number 6, Super Doro, in. Here's a horse that had some really good races at Will Rogers and Sam Houston before coming to the Downs. Ran that bad one in that allowance race. Takes a big plummet down. I think we're going to see this horse with a way better showing. I'm going to give you 3, 2, and 6. Now we're going to carry on to race number 2. Our first of 3 stakes races. It's the 4th running of the Escape Clause for the older fillies and mares. They're going to go 1 mile, and there'll be a massive favorite in here.
There will be. There's 5, but all 5. There's the 2's going to be the big favorite, but all 5 of them are good-looking fillies or mares in here. They can run. Yes, the 2 is a little bit better. The race absolutely goes through her. She looked really good in the first 2 starts.
Did she ever?
And she wins going short. Now she goes long on the last race, and just she's going to get the stalking trip. And I think just the same kind of thing is stalk and make that move by the 8th pole and kind of take over. It's obviously not you're not going to get any price. I like watching her run. She just has that nice power move, and I am a big fan of her. You just have to figure a way to make money off a big favorite. And then I'll go to the 3, similar to yours. Anything to add on the 2 there, Kirt?
Well, we did make big money first time out. Went off at 8-1. There was the naysayers in there. But wow, she ran good sprinting last time out. Sat right in behind the speed. Stanley Chady Jr. could have pulled the trigger any time he wanted to. He timed it perfectly and coasted to the wire.
For sure. And then I went to, my namesake here, big Stretch. I think that I put this horse second, mainly because they're going to a mile, and this horse gets better going from 7.5 to a mile. I think if the track plays fair, which it did last week, it was a slightly faster track, but their closers were getting there, unlike a few previous weeks like July 25th.
Yeah, wow, that week was all about speed.
All about speed, but last week, very fair track. That's something to watch. We get a couple good races to watch to see how this speed and closers are going to do. I think that she gets second, and then I'll go to the 1 just because she's so game lately. She chases, hasn't run a bad race. She's kind of stuck because she's going to have to chase the 5, but I think she could get the move and just kind of take over and get the 3rd. It's 2, 3, 1. Like I said, it goes through the 2.
Yeah, I'm with you with Big Stretch being the second choice in here. The farther they go, the better she gets. She ran great last time out against Burrow Down. If Burrow Down was not in that race, she was a winner. She ran one of those type of races So now it's getting the extra distance. I think she's also second best. And I'm going to throw in number 4, Mission Bell, has had to sprint the last couple starts since arriving. And this horse just isn't a sprinter. Those route races are really good. We might see this horse jump up and run absolutely huge. But I'm going to put her right in there. But I'm taking 2, 3, and 4. Now we're carrying on to race number 3, an allowance optional $10,000 claimer. 4 3-year-olds and up, they're going to go 7.5 furlongs. This is where we're going to kick off the mandatory payout of the jackpot pick 5 stretch. Who do you got?
As good a sequence as we've got.
Stretch, I'm disappointed in you.
Okay.
Just going to tell you that.
All right, that's fair.
Okay.
Let's go.
No problem.
I'm going to start with the 2 as my top select. I know why you're that. I know why you're going to disappoint me, but yes, there are lots of seconds. But
8 of them.
Yes, but take a look at the competition. I was ready for you, Kirt.
All right.
So look at the horse that he lost to last time in the Derby, a contender.
Matador.
Yes, Grey Admiral, runner.
Wire to wire.
Yes, Warriors map.
Dropping in from second level allowance.
Thank you. And Exchanger.
Exchequer. Did move up, but ran a big race just off the pace.
So that's my reason. I don't think she could have beaten them. She wasn't hanging. She ran such a good race last time. I think the absolute solid figures. I think this horse gets a dream trip. And yes, you're every right to give me heck if this horse runs second. I will put a sign on it that no more second-itis like you do. But it's because of the competition. It's not always running in those non-2s or non-3s. So
yeah, I think the horse will run a big one too.
Yeah, and so second pick, the 1 wasn't beating the 2 last time, but this is one of those races that 2 has run so many tough races. If there's going to be a regression, maybe it is in here. This horse has the talent, could get that dream trip along the rail. I had to use that one, and then my 3rd selection. Had a real nice first race off a year layoff, and so yes, the horse is moving back up into class. But I think they kind of stole one. I don't know if the horse was in waiver. Could that horse have been in waiver at 75? No,
it was too late in the year. You got to start in the first book.
Okay, that's fair. But look at the last year's races. This horse belongs at this level. If there's a potential duel and there is a bunch of speed in here and nobody clears, this horse could set it up for a price. And it just opened up an exciting pick 5 sequence.
Yeah, no doubt. I like Monstradamus because of that rail trip. We keep saying it every time. The horse that gets down on the wood, it is going to take the shortest distance around the racetrack. And the rail at the head of the lane opens up 19 out of 20 times. And that is huge. You go 5 wide, you're losing 4 or 5 lengths. That's why I have Monstradamus in 3rd. But I took number 7, Steel Home on top. I'm going to start with a shaker in the first leg. Steel Home. This horse has been battling on the front end, but it's a horse like on Wednesday night. On the front end, I don't like the horse. But look at those races that are just off of it. This horse has a lot of good races in a stalking role because there's no doubt Adjournment, Lab Rat, Side Street Dave, lots of speed in here. It doesn't have to go out and bang it out. Demario Bino, 2 wins on Wednesday. He's been a great addition to our jockey colony and has surprised me with a couple of rides that he has had, how smart they were and well-timed. So I'm going to throw Steel Home on top and shake things up. I'm going to go 7, 2, and 1. Now we're carrying on to race number 4, kicking off $100,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering for the 64th running of the Harvey Warner Manitoba Mile Stakes. They're going to go 1 mile and another great field assembled.
Absolutely. This is about the only day that this horse wouldn't be the feature race on the card because of the Derby. It's a solid stake race in here. I've kind of got it down to the 2 selections.
So do I.
And so remember, pick 4 guarantee 100,000. That's going way over that. I think it's down. I got it down to 2 in here. Let's start with the 5. This Great Escape ran a real nice race last year at the Manitoba Derby. Ran a nice second to the stable mate. Exactly. Then ran and lights out at Century Mile at the Canadian Open. Then decides to go after that. Good races. Hasn't won since. But just take a look. Running at Oaklawn Park in some tough allowance races. There's some stake horses in there that he's running against. This horse has actually improved numbers. Those last 2 races at Oaklawn, throwing out the Ellis Park race, are solid, very consistent. The horse doesn't need the lead. It can stalk. It might probably just sit on the outside and kind of take over. For me, if it runs back to the races at Oaklawn, this horse is going to be extremely tough to beat. So that's my top selection. Anything to add on the 5?
Well, I'm with you on Great Escape. I think that last one was just a little too short, the 7 furlongs. That's more of a sprint down there. So those fractions, 43 and 4 for the half mile, it's going against horses that can run 5 furlongs and blister down there. Doesn't have to worry about anything like that. Rico Walcott, I think he's going to have forward position in the race, but there is a lot of other speed.
Yeah, and that's why for me the 6 is going to be a saver on as almost equal amounts on the pick 4, pick 5. Magic Tiger, bet him last time. Needed every bit of that 7.5 to get up, but was flying late. Now you're going a mile. This is only going to help. You just called it about all the other pace. If the 5 does get caught up in the duel, I think it sets up for him. He's running really, really well. Especially he's been over the track, so he knows the track. That's always a bit of a home course advantage. We've got to use that one. A clean trip, and maybe the 5 gets caught up in a bit. Could be the upset. And then my last selection is the 1. I think it's going to be a test going the mile, but this horse has just been running too good. Even the last race, battled it out and even came back on a bit, and I was impressed by that. Right trip, maybe. I don't know if it can get loose, but if it can get the mile, maybe move up a place if 5 or 6 falter. So I'm 5, 6, 1. You want to add?
Yeah, I just added Magic Tiger on top because of all the speed that's in here. I think Great Escape and Brock on By are going to be the predominant speed of the race, and I could see them going down in 47 flat to the half mile, maybe even 46 and change. And if that is the case, they will be softened up for Magic Tiger to run late, and Big Nick draws inside. I don't think it's going to be in the pace battle. Antonio Whitehall, leading rider, if he sees 2 horses banging it out, he's just going to stay on the inside, sit and wait. And like I said, the head of the lane almost always opens up. He's going to take his shot through, probably have the lead or try and get the lead with Great Escape and with Magic Tiger rallying late. But I'm with you, Stretch, just a different order. I'm 6, 5, and 1. Now we're going to carry on to race number 5, a $7,500 claimer. 4 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go the 6 furlong distance. This is a wide open one.
For me, hands down, the toughest race on the card. It's a good race to handicap and try and figure out. I have no strong opinions. I am taking an absolute mitt full. I've got
I got quite a few.
Yes, I've got the ever popular All in one of my tickets.
Oh, you cheated.
I've nailed this race.
Lucky you have lots of money.
Yeah, let's go with the 2. Let's go to the. I brought it home from Canterbury yesterday.
Oh,
so
there you
good.
go.
Yeah.
American dollar.
Yeah.
Big punch.
Big punch. Yeah, very nice out there. Let's go to the 2. Is my closer in here. Last Renegade is dropping in class and cutting back. I think if you look back a little bit, horse's best races are going the 1 turn. So I think if there is, I expect a battle up front. And so I think because of that, kind of sets it up. I really like that sharp work coming in, drops back to the right spot, gets the right trip. You're getting 5 to 1. I think you want to use this horse. Not sure if you did, Kirt, but
I did.
Yeah, okay. So then that's good. So then we can share, I guess.
Okay.
And then let's go to the 3 is my other one. This is a great one. Well, Kirt hasn't jumped ship yet.
Oh, not yet.
Not yet.
Not until he gets beat at 6 furlongs.
Correct. Very good. You got it in my notes. Two of the last 3 races was in so tough. Ran really well. Last time was a little bit flat. Now comes back. Look at those odds. 23 to 1. Last time, was it maybe 28 to 1?
28 to 1.
28 to 1. Yes, 28 to 1 going short. I think it's going to be the same setup for this horse and just be in the right spot. Good. Once again, a class dropper. And then the last one, I can never leave out the 8 just because he's always in the money and gives full effort every time. Is coming from a claim, and Jared's had this horse for a long time. So now that Larry has the horse, he decides to take blinkers off.
Yeah.
So I do find that very interesting. Maybe he sees something.
Especially for a 10-year-old.
Correct. He's 10. He knows what he's doing. Anyway, so it'll be interesting. So if this horse runs his race with the duel, that's why you just can't leave him out. I've got 2, 3, 8, 9, 4, 6, and 1. If Adam can get all those numbers on there.
Yeah.
So I've got all yours in there already. Go ahead. Talk about your 9.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a big battle between the 4 and the 5 in here. So I want a horse that's just sitting off of it. And I settled on number 9, Gone Somewhere. This horse ran 2 good races early on. And at the allowance optional claimer, ran against Big Nick and Mr. McLean. Big Nick, as you've seen, went on to bigger and better things, winning the stake race and competitive with the top horses on the grounds, the older boys. Mr. McLean has yet to surface in a while. But that horse ran a great race too. So I put a lot of value into that first level allowance that it ran that day. Then it went around 2 turns, ran 1 bad race after showing really good speed. But the comeback race, losing by a nose to Labrat, who was the speed of the race and just wasn't able to get by. And Speed was doing really well around 2 turns. I think this horse will show a lot of closing power just off the pace. So that's my top selection. Number 5, Little Toe, I'm going to put in second. I think battles with the 4, Not Afraid, but sticks around for a piece and round it out with Roaming Union at a big price, just like Stretch. I'm going to take 9, 5, and 3. Now we're going to carry on to race number 6, our first of 2 classic high 5 races, an allowance optional $15,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up, going 6 furlong stretch. This looks like a stake race.
Absolutely. It's got another good race in here. Yes, it's a broken record, but that's just how this card is today.
So I guess you keyed someone in here?
Oh, yes. I did not key anybody. I did not key anybody in here.
I had a hard time only taking 4 horses.
Absolutely. I've got a few more than that. I had to make keys elsewhere. Let's go to the 7 as my top selection. It was off over a year. This horse had a bit of early money, and then I was wondering, but then showed why, made her such a good move in the turn, and then just kind of flattened, which totally makes sense when you're off a year and you're running against this quality. Then gets another workout coming in. I think, and then coming in, take a look at this horse's form. Second start of the year, this horse simply wins, runs relatively evenly, wins. Same angle twice the last 2 years. So that's what I'm going to go to. An absolute wide. You're getting 4-1. Hard to say what kind of price, but there's so much to choose from. Then I'll go to the 3. This one may adjust, might be a stretch change alert a little bit later on, depending how the track plays out. If speed's just holding, then you've got to toss the 3. But this horse has the class, has the figures. It's just I had to put the distance is the big question mark. And so they make this race a little bit longer as top selection. I just couldn't leave this horse in there without there, and that's the key there. And then the 9, I've been betting, made some money. Last time the horse was very flat. But if there is that big duel that I think the potential is, this horse, a couple back, just toyed with the field, got out and circled the field. Again, it depends on how the track is playing. You're getting, this horse was the favorite last time. Now you're going 10-1 morning line. I like that angle because everybody was on him last time. They leave him out, and I cash at 10-1. Another good one, 7, 3, and 9. Kirt.
Yeah, I think 1 and 10, they're going to battle each other into submission. So I went to a closer. I went to number 6, Trumpum. How could you take Trumpum off a lot of these horses or over top of a lot of these? Wow, did this horse finish really nice last time out? And I think it's a horse that's getting better. Limited starts this year, only ran 3 times, had a win going wire to wire, and then most recently had a really game second as it just flew. And any more distance that day might have got to Market King. Now 6 furlongs today. Pace is going to be there. I like the price on Trumpum, so I'm going to put him on top. Real Grace, Stretch already said everything on that horse. Definitely going to be the horse to beat as long as it is right. And I took number 5, Pray for Peace. This was our Derby trial winner last year. Ran in the Derby and then wasn't seen again. Had a big layoff coming in. Ran a good 6 furlong race and really woke up last time in a second level allowance, going around 2 turns. I think this horse will jump up and run a big race, cutting back to 6 furlongs. So I'm 6, 7, and 5. Now we're carrying on to race number 7, our big race of the day, the 75th running of the Manitoba Derby, going 1 mile and an eighth for 3-year-olds. Stretch, we're on the same horse.
We are on the same horse. Great to see. We got 10 horses in here. yes, the one is going to be the big favorite, but there's so much talent in here. It's impressive. So many are just starting out their careers, lightly raced. This is one race that I've seen in a Derby that most just have the one win. A few have some multiple wins. For example, the one only has one win, but just the race, the talent that this horse has been facing against, I think this horse is simply getting better with each start. The last race was even better. I think this horse is going to run even better than the last start. And if that's the case, watch out. Even last race at Prairie Meadows in Iowa Derby, that race would be good enough. Figures have this about five lengths in front of the rest. So clean trip for me simply wins.
Yeah, and watching that replay last time out, weighted turn, Sean Elliott had a mitt full of horse coming to the head of the lane, finally got out. He wasn't able to use the horse to try and get it a little closer as he did swing wide for the drive for home. I think that would have made the difference. He could have maybe won the race.
Yeah, that's fair. And yeah, cleaner trip. So that's what you have to worry about today with 10 horses on the rail. But I think the 2 horse is going to be going out, so should get the spot. I went to the 5 as a stablemate in here. I like that this horse has 2 works over the track. That's always a big thing that I like to see from the Invaders. Got used to the surroundings. They add blinkers on the horse. Clearly the connections think this horse it's going to help the horse.
And stretch and add on, this is a first-time gelding.
Oh, very good information. Excellent.
Which is, it could be huge.
Yeah, a great added. I think this horse would have to improve a little bit more to beat the stablemate. But for me, I really do like this horse for second. And you have the 8 for third. I like this horse again. Had one start over the track, ran against older, and it was not an easy trip. It doesn't show how tough a trip this was, but it was a tough trip and just battled and battled. So you can't leave that horse out. In a real good one, let's go 1, 5, and 8.
Yeah, Stretch, my only add-on is number 3, Sheboy. That was a powerful win last time out. Going 7 furlongs at Ellis Park. There was a 3-horse duel in there. So it was the perfect setup, but it was the way the horse won the race, sitting every step of the way, never asked it, blew the doors off the lesser competition that day. But even the races previous to that at Churchill and Keeneland, this horse ran a couple of really good races only to get beat, and it's the only horse who's gone past the distance. Ran 1.25 miles 2 outs ago, and then just ran out of gas late. Doesn't have to worry about running out of gas in here. 1/8 of a mile less. So that's why he's my second play. And also number 4, Neighbor, is also a first-time gelding. So the 4 and the 5 first-time geldings, I'm going to take 1, 3, and 8. Good luck with all your wagers this evening, and I'll be right back with the changes on this evening's Carter Racing. And if everybody can get their pens and programs ready, here are the changes on your Derby Day Carter Racing. Turning your programs to race number 1, the Remax Outstanding Horses, Outstanding Results race. Just a couple of overweights. Now turning your programs to race number 2, the 4th running of the Escape Clause for older fillies and mares again. Just a couple of overweights. Now turning your programs to race number 3, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. It's the Jockey Club of Canada 50th Anniversary Cup. And that mandatory payout of the Jackpot Pick 5, again, just some overweights. Now turning your programs to race number 4, it's the 64th running of the Harvey Warner Manitoba Mile Stakes. For the older boys going the mile distance, kicking off $100,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. Again, just overweights. Now turning your programs to race number 5, the Remax Gallop race. just the lone overweight. Turning your programs to race number 6, our first of 2 classic high 5 races. The Remax Unstoppable starts here again, just the lone overweight. Now turning your programs to race number 7, our feature race on the card, the 75th running of the Manitoba Derby and the first leg of the Western Canadian Triple Crown. Number 4, Neighbor, is a first-time gelding. Also, number 5, B Minor, is a first-time gelding. Well, an absolute beautiful day for racing here in Winnipeg. Okay,
Yeah.
there's Stretch.
You found him, yes. I knew this was coming, and that's fair. I was doing some research at Canterbury,
Well, that's all right.
and so just to plan ahead. That's where I
you
was.
brought us back some American
yeah,
money.
we're gonna use it in the pick 5 today.
Oh, beautiful. All right. Are we finding him yet? Where is Stretch? Stretch,
Oh,
where are you?
there he is.
Oh, there he is. Under mainly sunny skies, the temperature 25 degrees Celsius or 77 degrees Fahrenheit. A light wind out of the west-southwest at 7 kilometers an hour or 4 miles an hour. And the track is listed as fast. Fast racetrack for this evening's 7-race card of racing. We're going to kick it off right here in race number 1. That goes to post in 16 minutes.
And they're off in the Manitoba Derby.
Field of 9 set on the way in the CC Derby.
And they're off in the Canadian Derby. Red Dogs will take the Manitoba Derby. And
takes the lead with Great Escape.
Regal Brian, roller coaster ride. Regal Brian, he'll win the Derby.
And Great Escape winning the Canadian Derby.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
And welcome to Assiniboia Downs, everyone. Be sure to enter your name in the Derby sweepstakes for a chance to be matched with a horse in the Derby. If your name is picked, you will win $100 wagered on a Derby horse that you pick, along with a $50 Assiniboia Downs gift certificate. Ballots are available in the lobby. Get your entry in before 8:30. Now on to racing. If you're new to racing, stop by and see Shannon and Brad at the Fan Education Center, located on the main level. They can answer all your questions about how to bet, and be sure to download the new app called Dark Horse Bets. All new account signups do receive a free $30 deposit. Just scan the QR code on the front of your program cover or off any of the posters around the building to download the app now. Have a great Derby Day of Racing. The horses are on the track for race number 1, the Remax Outstanding Horses, Outstanding Results race. They're going to go 1 mile for $10,100. Number 1 is Anakozana, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, with Antonio Whitehall. Number 2 is the Lona Ranger, owned by Wind Dancer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson, with Neville Stevenson. Number 3 is Rigged Right, owned by Tom Boyko, trained by Carl Anderson, with Jorge Carreño. Number 4 is Sugar Daddy Jack, owned and trained by Shelley Brown, with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 5 is Big Jim, owned by Arnold Suster, trained by Marvin Buffalo, with Sven Baurup. Rounding out the field is number 6, Super Doro, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, with Siobhan Bell. The Remax Outstanding Horses, Outstanding Results race here in race number 1 will go to post in approximately 3 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, here we go. We got 5 boys, 1 girl going a mile, which is 8 furlongs. They go past the wire twice. I'm going to start with the speed of the race. That's the 2 horse, dropping in class. It was a little too tough last time, just racing against too much quality. But you go back to those other races, he has the speed to go gate to wire. I just think he's controlling speed to keep going. The closer of the race is the 3. Nice first race out. He's going to sit just off and try to make a late run. That's the best horse to beat the 2. And the filly in the race, the girl, is the 1. She'll sit back and try to make a late close to close it, but I'm down to the 2 and the 3. But let's go 2, 3, and 1. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on the 2 and 3, but I'm going a different order. I think the Lone Ranger is the speed, but Rig Right, that was such a good race last time out. Had to chase after a loose speed horse, was easily second best in there. But I think this horse is better going around 2 turns. Has showed some really good races at Farmington. Any of those races in a stalking role behind the Lone Ranger, I think is good enough to win this one. So I'm taking it on top with the Lone Ranger for second and throw in number 6, Super Doro. Those races at Will Rogers, a couple of them are really good. So I'm going to give you a 3, 2, and 6. Good luck here in race 1. Anna Kazana. She's going to be the first one into the starting gate. Is going to be the next one. Just 2 left to load. Big Jim. And just waiting on Super Doro to the outside. The field is set. They're at the post. Anna Kazana fractures in the starting gate. Antonio Whitehall did dismount, but he is climbing back aboard. They're set once again. They're at the post, and they're off. From the inside, the Lona Ranger showing some early speed, but so is Rigged Right in between horses. 3 wide, Sugar Daddy Jack, and then a trio in behind. Anna Kazana on the rail, in between horses, Big Jim, and Super Doro is now the early trailer. They do the opening quarter in 23-4, very reserved, as the Lona Ranger has a lead by half a length. Rigged Right starting to put some pressure on the outside in second. Anna Kazana, she's settled back, 3 off the lead. Then Big Jim and Sugar Daddy Jack and Super Doro can still see them all. The second half mile, 48-2. And the 2 of them, the Lona Ranger and Rigged Right. These 2 looking each other in the eye. A gap now 5 lengths back to Anna Kazana. 3 more to Sugar Daddy Jack. And the trailers, Big Jim and Super Doro. 3/4, 113-4. And Rigged Right now takes over as they hit the head of the lane and opens up by 2. The Lona Ranger trying to fight back from second. Anna Kazana has third all wrapped up, but Rigged Right inside the 16th pole is gonna win by 2.5. The Lona Ranger second best. Third's gonna go to Anna Kazana, and fourth to Sugar Daddy Jack. The Stewart's supposed to number 3, Rigged Right, as your unofficial winner. Second goes to number 2, the Lona Ranger. Third to number 1, Anna Kazana. And fourth to number 4, Sugar Daddy Jack. They went the opening quarter 23-4, the half 48-2. 6 furlongs, 113-4. 7 furlongs, 127-2. Time for the mile, 141-1. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner of the Remax Outstanding Horses, Outstanding Results race. That's number 3, Rigged Right. Rigged Right is a gray roan gelding, 4 years old, by Right Rigger, out of the mare Tipsy T by Seeking the Cat. Owned by Tom Boyko, trained by Carl Anderson, and ridden to victory by jockey Jorge Carreño. Time for the mile, 1:41 and 1. Race 1 is official in our upcoming second race, one of our co-featured events. It's the 4th running of the Escape Clause for older fillies and mares, tackling the 1 mile distance. There are no changes. The Escape Clause here in race number 2. They'll go to post in 21 minutes. Assiniboia Downs has introduced a new Chase the Ace weekly draw. The progressive jackpot is guaranteed at $5,000 if you pick the Ace of Diamonds. Tickets start at just $5 and are available online at asdowns-cta.com or in person. Just go to guest services on the main floor or the VLT cashier's cage on the 2nd level. The draw will be made this Wednesday at 9 p.m., so get your tickets now. Proceeds do support community charities, including Final Furlong, the Winners Foundation, Manitoba Indigenous Cultural Education Center, Indigenous Languages of Manitoba, the Manitoba Lung Association, Dream Factory, MAD Winnipeg, the Canadian Mental Health Association, the Manitoba Arthritis Society, the Manitoba Conservatory of Music and Arts, and the ALS Society of Manitoba. By purchasing a ticket, you are helping these charities make a positive difference in the community. Thank you for supporting the Chase the Ace charity program. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 2, one of our co-featured events. This is the 4th running of the $50,000 escape clause for older fillies and mares. They're going to go the 1 mile distance. Let's take a look back at race number 1, though. Number 3, Rig Right, sat right behind the Lona Ranger, and with 3/8 of a mile to go, measured them and went on to victory. But that was a 2-horse race like we thought.
Yeah, exactly. It was Carino recognized the situation that if the 2 gets any kind of breather, then he's probably going to go gate to wire, and he sat so close. And you're right, the replay on that first start, you showed how game that 3 was by closing going short.
Yeah, I really liked that race, and that's why I ended up putting it on top.
Good stuff. Okay, here we go. Just the track is playing a couple ticks quick on based on the first race, just based on the par times.
Yeah, but nothing really we can see.
No, we can't say anything about speed or anything like that.
Inside. All right, on to race number 2. Big favorite in here, and so far very deservedly so.
She definitely deserves to be. She's done nothing wrong here. She's 5 for 5 at ASD and looked good each time. I thought she looked good in the first start. She looked better in the second start. She has a workout coming in. She has the right running style. She's going to flank behind the speed. We know that the 5 is going to go. And
yeah, that looks like the speed of the race for sure.
Yeah, and so if she runs her last race, she's going to be tough to beat.
Yeah, I think she's going to be sitting 3rd in here. Miss Z going to the lead. Melisandre getting position behind, and Burrow down will keep everybody in touch, kind of like she did last time out. It looks like she was slowing down at the end, and that's only because Stanley Chady Jr. knew he had it in the bag. Another horse I like, As You Do, Stretch. That is number 3, Big Stretch. Hasn't done a lot of winning here at Assiniboia Downs. 11 starts, 1 win, 4 seconds, and 2/3. But last year, this horse had to go against Funline, who just loved our racetrack, and she was an absolute win machine once they went around 2 turns. But that was a really good second in the Portalis, and the Manitoba Matron was easily second best in there also. Showed flashes last time out of that big late running style. I think she's back, but she's still got to beat the 2.
Correct. At least she's getting the distance. Those first few races, this just didn't have that much of a chance going short. I've got to talk about the 1, getting 9 to 1. I think she's going to have to get a perfect trip. The unfortunate part, she's going to probably be chasing the speed and then try to make the move first and try to keep going. Not sure if the mile is her ideal distance. I think it's somewhere in between, maybe a little shorter, 7.5. She is a runner. She's very game. You certainly want to include her if you're playing some exactors or maybe even tries, but don't disregard her because she has lots of talent.
Yeah, and maybe she gets a better break out of the gate than Miss Z, and maybe she just goes along with it. Let's talk about number 5, Miss Z. Was a winner 2 outs ago, going wire to wire at the first level allowance. The first start of the year on June the 6th was in the Cool Excellence overnight stake, where she ran absolutely lights out against the best horses on the grounds, only to get beat by a length and a quarter in the end. In the most recent start, showed speed, but that was after stumbling early and then just pretty well lost all chance after that. They are adding blinkers on today. We're going to see if that makes a difference with Miss Z, but she probably is the one that's going to try and steal this race.
She is, and she's kind of the unknown of this group because she hasn't faced against them. Now they're going longer. You're right, she lost all chance last time out, and every reason to see how far she can go. Exciting to see when they can run her down.
And there's nothing wrong with jockey Jorge Carreño in the saddle, last year's leading rider by many, and second leading rider so far this year. Next up.
Yeah, let's talk about the 4. This is a good one that she needs to go a little bit longer. You look at some of her better races. They're 2 turns. A bunch are on the turf, but again, she has talent. She's similar to Big Stretch in the sense that she's going to be sitting back and closing. And she at 19 to 1, you've got the horse in 3rd.
Yeah.
If the 3 doesn't fire, there's your exactor that's going to pay really well off a big favorite.
Well, what I'm looking at, this horse doesn't like going short. even that one short race at Delta Downs was 15 lengths off of it and was able to close and get up to win by a neck. But I think those other two, I think those are pretty well prep races. 3 workouts coming into this race. That's kind of unusual for trainer Jerry Gorno. So maybe was lacking a little bit of fitness. Even though had those races, he wanted to tighten everything up and make sure that she was ready to go.
Yeah, and just kind of waiting as well for the longer race.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 2. Stretch, what do you have?
Okay, I'm going to play a $5 pick 3-wheel and key the 2 in here with the 1 and the 2, and then the 5 and the 6. A bit of a favorite and a long shot in each race. Total's $20. If you want to just spend a $1 wheel, it'd be $4. 2 with 1, 2 with 5, 6.
And myself, I'm going straight after the exactor. Burrow down on top. Big Stretch for second. So I'm going to take a $25 exactor, 2 and 3. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 2. And we'll see you back for race 3. Kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. Assiniboia Downs is proud to present a co-featured event here in race number 2. It's the 4th running of the Escape Clause for older fillies and mares. They're going to go 1 mile for $50,000. Number 1 is Melisandre, owned by True North Thoroughbreds and Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt with Antonio Whitehall. Getting a saddling adjustment, that's number 2, Burrow Down, owned by Gerald Babchishin, trained by Murray Duncan with Stanley Shady Jr. Number 3 is Big Stretch, owned by A2 Thoroughbreds, trained by Michael Nault with Chavi and Chow. Number 4 is Mission Bell, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Neville Stevenson. Rounding out the field is number 5, Miss Z, owned by Parker Wallet, trained by Steve Kaplan Jr. with Jorge Carreño. Following the running of the Escape Clause, Assiniboia Downs is very pleased to have on hand Barry Arneson to make a presentation to the winning connections. Close time for the Escape Clause. Approximately 4 minutes away. Ladies and gentlemen, turning your programs back to race number 1, we had a claim to report. Claim for $5,000 was your race winner, number 3, Rigged Right, claimed by Andre Ellis, trainer Mike Rowe.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
We've got 5 girls going a mile or 8 furlongs. Some talented fillies and mares in here. Let's go to the 2. She is the favorite. She deserves to be the favorite. She is 5 for 5 at this racetrack. She likes this distance. This time she'll be sitting in third or fourth, and then try to make that big late move. She usually does. Watch her on the far turn. Who can run second? Well, let's go to the 3. Big Stretch. Likes to sit at the back, could be trailing the field and make a late run, try to pick up the pieces. And the local horse, Melisandre, she likes to show some speed. She'll sit close, but I'm going to go 2, 3, and 1. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on number 2, Burrow Down. Done no wrong, 5 for 5. Getting her picture taken here. I expect her to stalk whatever pace battle that may happen. If there isn't one, I still don't expect her to be far away. Look, dynamite. And she does get better the farther they go. So she is the one to beat. Big Stretch also likes distance. Don't expect it to be near the front. It'll be rallying from the back. And number 4, Mission Bell. You want to take a shot on an exactor. $1 right now is 15 to 1. This also loves the distance. I'm going to give you 2, 3, and 4. Good luck here in race 2.
time.
Melisandre leads the older filly and mares into the starting gate. Next up, the overwhelming 3-5 favorite. That's Burrow Down. Next up, Big Stretch. Just 2 left to load. Mission Bell. And just waiting on Miss Z to the outside. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off in the escape clause. From the inside, Melisandre. Away well, in between horses, Mission Bell up close early. From the far outside, Miss Z is now going to take over as they pass the grandstand for the first time. Back to second, that's Melisandre sitting chilly on the rail with Mission Bell to the outside, burrowed down. Settled in 4 lengths off the lead, and Big Stretch is gonna be the early trailer. A quick opening quarter, 23-3, and Miss Z has a lead by 3.5. Melisandre on the rail in second, creeping up, burrowed down in between horses. Mission Bell now 3 wide, and Big Stretch is only 6 lengths off the lead. The half mile, a sizzler, 47-1. Miss Z digging in with that lead by a length, burrowed down in an all-out drive from second. Melisandre in between horses, 3/4, 112-2, and getting into the fray. Big Stretch on the far outside, Miss Z with the lead, but here comes Big Stretch. Big Stretch powers by, and is gonna be the upsetter, and is gonna draw off to win by 4. Big Stretch wins the escape clause. Second best, Miss Z. Third is gonna go to Burrow Down, and fourth to Melisandre. The Stewart's supposed to number 3, Big Stretch, as your race winner. Second goes to number 5, Miss Z. Third to number 2, Burrow Down. And fourth to number 1, Melisandre. They went the opening quarter 23-3. The half 47-1. 6 furlongs, 112-1. 7 furlongs, 125-4. Time for the mile, 139-3. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner of the 4th running of the escape clause, that's number 3, Big Stretch. Big Stretch is a bay mare, 5 years old, by Mr. Big, out of the mare Baby Zito by Curlin. owned by A2 Thoroughbreds, trained by Michael Nault, and ridden to victory by Chavi and Chow. Time for the mile, 1:39.3. Assiniboia Downs is very pleased to have on hand the previous owner of one of the owners of Escape Clause, Barry Arneson, to make a presentation to the winning connections. Race 2 is official in the upcoming third race, the Jockey Club of Canada 50th Anniversary Cup, kicking off guaranteed payout of the Jackpot Pick 5. There are no changes, but we will carry on with the rest of the changes in this evening's Pick 5. No changes in race 4, 5, or 6. Turning your programs to race number 7, the Manitoba Derby. Number 4, Neighbor, and number 5, B Minor, are both first-time geldings. Once again, in race number 7, number 4, Neighbor, is a first-time gelding, and number 5, B Minor, also a first-time gelding. Jackpot Pick 5 mandatory payout starts right here in race number 3. Our track historian Bob Gates has put together a historical display of local racing memorabilia we'd like to call Assiniboia Downs Remembers. It is located just inside the main floor. Included in the display are old-fashioned mutual tickets, daily racing forms and programs, and copies of the Morning Digest from the 1960s. Also featured are blinkers worn by Northern Spike, the 1979 Gold Cup trophy won by Island Fling, John Sifton's racing silks, and numerous vintage photos. The Downs honors the memory of Gold Earn, the winner of the first race on opening day right here on June 10th, 1958, and has the shoes worn by Goldham, an original program also from the day, and his win photo, and much more. Bob also has a special Manitoba Derby photo display with winners of the Derby over the years. Be sure to check it out. You'll definitely be glad you did. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 3, kicking off the mandatory payout of the Jackpot Pick 5 with an allowance optional $10,000 claimer. For 3-year-olds and up, they're going to go 7.5 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 2 stretch. Burrow down, just wasn't her day today. Horses have off days just like people, but big stretch. Absolutely loved the distance.
Yeah, she was waiting, sitting back. It's interesting. She was, as expected, dead last and made that nice, even move. She made the same move, maybe even a little better move this time as compared to last, but you could just see her rounding into form.
All right, yeah, big stretch. She looked dominant in there. We'll look for the rematch coming up in the matron or maybe just the prep race for it. Okay, on to race number 3 stretch. Who do you like in here? A pretty wide open board.
It is a wide open board. I expected a bit of a bigger favorite on the 2, but let's start with...
Maybe they see all those second place finishes.
Maybe
stretch.
they do see all those second place
I
finish.
picked it in second.
You did pick it in second. But here's why. I'm going to go to the 2 horse. That's fair. We're going to find out if...
Well, you have been giving it to me all year.
I have been.
Actually, for about 4 years
4
now,
years now, for sure. So it's more than fair. I just think that the competition that the 2's been running against has just been so good. And the horses that he's lost to are just a touch better. Makes the, I think, a bit of a drop in class in the sense of just the competition that he's been running against. I think he's going to get a nice trip. I don't think he's not going to be on the lead, I don't expect, in this field. Get that nice trip, rail trip, or sit close and make that move and take over.
Yeah, I think the speed is 4, 6, and 8 in here. So, yeah, Gallon Oak should get a pretty dream trip in behind that speed. Another horse I like in here, number 7, Steel Home. Battled it out on the front end in the last 2 starts. Was beaten by Gallon Oak both times out. But I'm not looking at those races. I'm looking at races back at Turf Paradise where this horse used to come off the pace, not jamming to the front. Catch me if you can. With all the speed that's in here, Mario Bino, I've been impressed with his riding this year, and I don't think he's going to go bang it out on the front end. He still could, but if I was him, I would have looked down at that program and said, hey, I can stalk. Let's try one of those. It's a perfect race to try that, so I'm going to take a shot at 5-1.
I think that's how he can win the race if he can come off the pace. I agree with you. I went to the 1, the horse on the rail that could get the Garden Spot trip. Also has the ability to go to the lead if everybody sits back. The jockey could decide to just go. Has the talent, does win some races, won 3 last year. Is always in the mix. Just, again, hasn't beaten the 2 in the last race. The 2 was better than the 1, but it's just one of those right trips, might be the right time.
Also look at number 4, Side Street Dave. Did win for $7,500. But that was the week that everything that hit the front end won, and Stanley Chady Jr., that was the last race on the card. He goes, I'm gunning for the lead. He got it, and he easily went wire to wire, but there is much more speed in here. So it's not going to be easy for Side Street Dave to just steal this one on the front end.
That's true. He's one, though, that could sit just off if it went too fast. So he's just talented. I'll go to the 3 that I'm very surprised on 2-1 co-favorite. Guess they clearly saw what I saw too. A nice prep race at a lower level. Ignore that because this horse is classier than that. The trainer and the connections, I think, kind of stole one when this horse was in for 75. Nice second going short. If this horse can handle the 2 turns, which to me says the breeding can, and 3 out of 6 in the money at the distance. So stalking trip. If there's that battle we expect, you'd be one of the closers.
Also look at number 8, Lab Rat. Ran absolutely huge in the July 11th start. Went to the front end and then battled the last 5/8 of a mile and was passed, but came back on to get that win by a nose and then had to go sprinting 5.5 furlongs. That's not his forte. So getting back to a rut of ground of 7.5, drawing the outside, I expect him to gun for the lead and try and get up there and take the money.
Yep, that's his style. That 2 back was just such an impressive race. I will comment on the 5. That last race was an impressive race. Really good figures. The horse that ran second won at an easier condition, but still won and looked good doing that. This horse could be in the upslope of improving. would have to improve a little bit more to be there, but I always like to be on horses that are improving.
And the last one to look at, number 6, Adjournment. Another 3-year-old in the field. Adjournment last time out, went after the front end, but unfortunately had Private Frank breathing down his neck all the way around. Private Frank is undefeated this year, so that was his 4th win in the row. The previous start, this horse showed good speed again. Unfortunately, Jeff Fafa has been running absolutely lights out, has also won 3 races this year, and one of the defeats was to Private Frank. In a photo, Adjournment does offer speed to this race. There's no way this horse will be coming off of it.
No, you've just named a bunch of speed horses, so if somebody got away, maybe this is one that potentially could get away just with the competition that is faced.
Okay, Stretch, let's go to our wagers. Pick 5 time. Everybody wants a piece of that pool as it is creeping up towards $1 million. Stretch, I see a bunch of alls.
Yes, I've got a few tickets, and I've partnered up with the production crew, so we're all together on this one. 2 with the 5-6 with all. That means everybody, Kurt. And then all, again, everybody.
Well, that's good handicapping.
And then the 1. And then the next race, a bit of a spread ticket. 1, 2, 3, 7 with 5-6 with 2, 3, 8, 9. With almost all, left out a couple.
4 and the 8.
Yeah, key in the 1. And so my total is only 87. I'd like to know where you got $110.
Well, it was a day off here in Canada, so the wife left her purse sitting on the table, and she slept in today when I went to work. So I got lots of money to play with.
Oh, good for you.
So I'm going to start off with a 20-cent pick 5. I'm going to take 1, 2, 3, 7 in here. Then I'm taking the 5, 6, and then loading up the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 9 with the 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. And then I'm also keying the 1. And then I'm doing a dollar ticket. I'm stepping it up. I got to put some money back in that purse. 1, 2, 7, then the 5, 6, 3, 8, 9, 5, 6, 7, and then the 1, 54 altogether. Spending $110, Stretch.
Yeah, and you could spend your ticket if people didn't want to do the dollar. They could make your ticket 20 cents, which if they're just by themselves and they don't have people to jump in.
And then that's nice and easy.
It
$10.
is. Yeah, exactly.
All right, good luck with all your wagers here in race 3, and we'll see you back for race 4. Kicking off $100,000 guaranteed. Pick 4 wagering. Bugler Richard welcomes the field onto the track for race number 3, the Jockey Club of Canada 50th Anniversary Cup. They're going to go 7.5 furlongs for $16,500. Number 1 is Monstradamus, owned by Wind Answer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 2 is Gallant Oak, owned by Bonnie McCrory and Gary Danielson, trained by Gary Danielson with Praven Badri. Number 3 is Something Super, owned by Drop-In Racing, trained by Steve Kaplan Jr. with Jorge Carreño. Number 4 is Side Street Dave, owned by Sanderson Stables, trained by Bruce Sanderson with Antonio Whitehall. Number 5 is Well Played, owned by Deb Buffalo, trained by Marvin Buffalo with Sven Balro. Number 6 is Adjournment, owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt with Chavi and Chow. Number 7 is Steel Home, owned by King Couture, trained by Jerry Brown with Demario Bino. Rounding out the field is number 8, Lab Rat, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Stanley Chady Jr. Following the running of race number 3, Dr. Ross McKeag, representing the Jockey Club of Canada, will make a presentation to the winning connections. Post time for race number 3 in approximately 3 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, the boys going 7.5 furlongs, kicking off this massive pick 5 mandatory payout. Everybody, if you pick the 5, you get paid. Let's go to the 2 as the top selection. It's a lukewarm favorite at 2-1. Thought he'd be a little bit lower. This horse has been running against some top competition. Is just coming up short. I don't think some of the horses he's lost to are in this field. Should get a good trip sitting just behind. Others to consider at a bit of a higher price. The 1, same kind of horse, dropping it a little bit in class, should get a trip along the rail. And the 3, normal morning line of 10-1 down to 3-1. That horse is live. Let's go 2, 1, and 3. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you with the 1 and 2 being in there. Gallant Oak running really well. That's a top 2 horse. Monstradamus, the 1, gets the rail. But I'm going after number 7, Steel Home. 6-1 on the board. Has been battling it out on the front end in the last couple starts. I think there's so much speed in here. They're going to adopt the off-the-pace running style. This is a perfect day to try it on, and this horse runs really good, stalking the leaders, so I'm going to put that on top with the 2-1 underneath. 7, 2-1 for me. Good luck here in race 3. Monstradamus will be the first one into the starting gate. Gallon Oak, the Kirt 9-5 favorite, goes in. Something Super is also in. Side Street Dave walks up and in. Well Played is next. Adjournment set to go in. Just 2 left to load. Steal Home. And just waiting on Labrat to the outside. The field is set. They're at the post. Number 7, Steal Home, fractious in the starting gate. Slight delay into the running of race number 3. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a late scratch to report, and this is the 3rd race. Scratch number 7, Steal Home. Once again, a late scratch to report, and this is the 3rd race. Scratch number 7, Steal Home. And with that scratch, they are unloading the horses from the starting gate. So there is a complete refund on number 7, Steal Home. For those of you who use number 7, Steal Home, in your pick 3s and pick 5s, the favorite at post time will be substituted. Late scratch here in the 3rd. Scratch the 7, Steal Home. Horses are again set to reload. First one in, Monstradamus. Gallon Oak, still the 8-5 favorite, goes in. Something Super. Second favorite at 2-1. Side Street Dave walks up and in. Next up, Well Played. Just 2 left to load. Adjournment. And just waiting on Labrat to the outside. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. Quickly from the inside, Monstradamus. Getting good positioning, Adjournment. Now goes out to capture the lead with Labrat. To his outside, putting on the pressure, settled back in third. That's Monstradamus on the rail with Something Super back in fourth. On the outside in fifth, Side Street, Dave Gallen Oak, the favorite, moving up the rail, and the early trailer will be well played. The opening quarter, a rather quick 23-1, and it's Adjournment and Labrat. These two battling it out nose and nose. Monstradamus making his move early to engage those leaders, going 3 wide. Gallen Oak running into a wall right now, back in fourth, a half mile, 47-1, a heated pace, and taking over Monstradamus. Gallen Oak with free running room in second, going after Monstradamus. Something Super rallying in fourth, also getting motivated, well played. They hit the head of the lane. Monstradamus, 3/4, 13-1. Gallen Oak on the outside. These two bobbing right at the 16th pole. The favorite, if you got him, you're alive in the pick 5. Gallen Oak is the winner. Monstradamus second best. Third's going to go to Well Played, and fourth to Something Super. The Stewart's supposed to number 2, Gallen Oak, as your race winner. Second goes to number 1, Monstradamus. Third to number 5, Well Played. And fourth to number 3, Something Super. They went the opening quarter 23-1. The half 47-1. 6 furlongs, 113-1. 7 furlongs, 126-2. Time for the 7.5 furlongs, 133-2. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner of the Jockey Club of Canada 50th Anniversary Cup. That's number 2, Gallen Oak. Gallen Oak is a bay gelding, 4 years old by Gallant's son, out of the mare Cornelia Marie by Golden Missile. Owned by Bonnie McCrory and Gary Danielson, trained by Gary Danielson, and ridden to victory by Praven Badry. Time for the 7.5 furlongs, 133-2. Assiniboia Downs is very pleased to have on hand, representing the Jockey Club of Canada, Dr. Ross McKeag, to make the presentation to the Winning Connections. Race 3 is official in the upcoming 4th race. The 64th running of the Harvey Warner Manitoba Mile Stakes, kicking off $100,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. There are no changes. We will carry on with the rest of the changes. There's none in race 5 or race 6. Turning your programs to race number 7. Number 4, Neighbor, is a first-time gelding. Number 5, B Minor, is also a first-time gelding. The Harvey Warner Manitoba Mile Stakes kicking off $100,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. They'll go to post in 22 minutes. And ladies and gentlemen, we've drawn our Derby sweepstakes winners. You're going to get a $100 win wager on your Derby horse, and you're going to get a $50 Assiniboia Downs gift certificate. All right, here's the 10 names. Keith McRae, Claire Hebert, Nora Garcia Caron, Harry Woods, James Kuak, Gord Gibson, Jasmina Abbas, Gary Kropp, Jennifer Rhea, and Vicky Tafor. Congratulations. Please report to guest services on the main floor, South End. And be sure to join us for our third and final Manitoba Night Market and Festival, which takes place Sunday, August the 27th, featuring food trucks, local artisans, vendors, beer gardens, kids' activities, live music, and more. Tickets are just $7. 5 and under are free. Go to asdowns.com for more information. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 4. Another exciting stake race. It's a 64th running of the Harvey Warner Manitoba Mile. They're going to go that 1 mile distance. And kicking off, guaranteed $100,000 pick 4 wagering. Let's take a look back at race number 3. Well, Stretch, the seconditis horse wasn't seconditis today. Looked the best.
He was the best. A bit of traffic trouble a few times, got out and kept grinding. And at about the 8th pole, I actually thought of you thinking, oh, please go by, because if he runs second, I'm going to hear about it.
Yeah, especially if Monster Dominus would have battled back, which he did try
battle
down the
back,
lane. But
yes. Good horse race, real good horse race. Just a reminder,
point of note.
Yes, one, I want to start by saying thank you, everybody, for jumping in on the pick 5. It's over 1.8 was bet.
Yeah.
So you're looking at about 2.4.
2.5.
Up right
Let's
around,
say 2.5.
2.5 up for grabs. My ticket's still going.
And mine is,
yes,
amazingly.
And it's shocking. The other one is if you took the 7 in your pick 5 and didn't change your ticket, here's the great news.
If you also had the 2.
The 7 would go to the 2.
Then it would be a 40 center.
40 center. But what I'm saying, if you keyed the 7, you would then get the 2. Anybody that included the 7 on your pick 5,
you're a winner.
You are a winner. Everybody's a winner in our books there.
No doubt about it.
Okay, here we go. Pick 4, 100,000 guarantee.
We already did the pick 5, Stretch. You want to do it again?
No, well, I would know the winner.
Well, yeah, that would be easy.
So let's go to the pick 4. That's nothing to sneeze at, because that's going to go well over 100,000. We're already at halfway there, and we're still 14 minutes. And your group wants to listen to your picks. I'm going to go to my pick first. Let's go. Julie's on the camera today. So let's go to the 5. Got the Invader from Oaklawn Park, mostly. Raced at the ASD last year. Ran in the Derby trial and then the Derby, and then won the Canadian Derby at Century Mile. Solid horse there. Then went to Oaklawn Park and was very successful there. Had a win, but the horses that he's been running against are just so good that there's some stake horses. If you watch racing throughout North America, you would have seen some of these run. The one last race went a little quick going short.
Did it ever?
But the last couple, look at that, 21-3. Look at the Oaklawn. This horse does not need the lead. It can stalk and then kind of take over. Runs back to those Oaklawn Park horse races. Watch out.
Yeah, and there isn't a ton of speed in here. Big Nick has some. It's That Time has some. And the 7 Brock on by has some. But I don't know if it's the same kind of speed that Great Escape has been testing. But they could get into a log jam on the front end if Rico Walcott decides to go. So that's why I settled on number 6, Magic Tiger. Since this horse arrived on the scene, wow, some really good races. Back-to-back wins at the first and second level allowance. Then went in the Free Press Stake, and the horse hadn't sprinted in some time. Rallied from the back of the field, lost a 3-horse photo, and ran dynamite in there. And then the last race, ran by them all off a heated pace. This is a horse that's just so good right now. Comes in with a freshened work. This is definitely a big contender.
Yeah, I think that's the one that can upset my top selection. That was only 7.5. This is going the mile. And the key to this one, this horse was just starting to pull away at 7.5, so I think the horse can pull away even more. Both of our third selection is Big Nick. This horse is just running too good to not leave out. Shows speed, can press if he wants to. If they let this horse get loose and brave, maybe could upset on a gate to wire. Tricky part is this horse is going to a mile, and sprinters struggle a little bit going a mile. There's enough class on this horse, though, that you don't want to forget about, especially if he gets loose.
Yeah, might get an absolutely perfect trip. In behind, I think 5 and 7 are predominant speed in this race, and if that is the case, drawing the inside, he might just be able to sit there and wait for a hold open at the head of the lane, and that could be the difference for Big Nick.
Yeah, it's always fun what the jockey and trainer kind of decide what they're going to go with. I'm going to comment on the 2 at 24-1. This horse, first start over the track, just went between a couple horses, battled and got up late. Didn't think he could get there. and it just suddenly woke up last time, is improving, jumping up a little bit in class, but those figures on that last race were impressive. Runs that kind of race, likes to win races. May want to consider, if you like, a bombs away horse.
Yeah, another horse that was in that race was number 7, Brock On By. Was banging it out through solid early fractions last time out. Put the speed away, opened up, and then got caught very late by Van Gilder and still fended off the other Jerry Gorno, Henry Witt horse, Brave for Peace. Brock On By, if they let this horse go, they just might not catch him.
And that's the tricky part in this race, because that horse has class on the front end. The 3 horse ran a decent first race. Last time out wasn't very good, but likes going the 2 turns. Had a stellar season last year with 3 wins and 7 starts. Crushed the field a couple times getting the lead. This horse gets brave when he gets the lead. You're going to know right away if he's ready to go by forcing the pace early.
And number 4, Convention. This is a horse that's trying to find a little bit of former glory. Has done well in a closing role before coming to Assiniboia Downs, but so far just hasn't been able to get it going. There could be a really hot pace in here, and maybe they melt down. Convention, not totally out of it, but just hard to recommend on current form.
Yeah, but certainly can pick up the pieces again if you're
definitely
playing the try or the super. This is a good one to include to really make it pay.
Once the speed starts falling out, those closers do start coming. All right, Stretch, let's go to our wagers here in race number 4. What do you have? A couple tickets.
Couple tickets. If you follow us along, appreciate it. I usually play 2 tickets, usually taking a chance with a key. So we've got the 5 in this first race with a bunch, just missing a couple. Then I've got almost everybody in the 6th race, and I'm keying the 1 in the Manitoba Derby.
Did you leave 1 horse out?
I did.
Okay. Just second.
I'm on a budget. I can't, I don't have a purse or anything.
No?
Nothing like that. And then the next one, scaled the middle legs down to 5 and 6 in case the upset with 2, 3, 8, 9. With almost everybody keying the 1 in the last. Take a look on the screen if you want to see the tickets. Another big ticket there, Kirt. Wow.
I told you.
I
wife
know.
left her purse there, so I got to go in.
Here we go.
And I went shopping for money.
You did go shopping.
So I'm taking a $1 pick 4. I'm taking 5, 6 in here, and then 1, 3, 5, 8, 9 on to race number 6, 4, 5, 6, and 7. And I'm rounding it out with 2 horses. I am taking Heroic Move, who I have on all my pick 5s, but I'm adding She-Boy in there, the 3. So my ticket is $80. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 4, and we'll see you back for race 5. Assiniboia Downs is now proud to present another co-featured event here in race number 4. It's the Harvey Warner Manitoba Mile Stakes. They're going to go 1 mile for $50,000. Number 1 is Big Nick, owned by Roll the Dice Stable and Royce Finley, trained by Murray Duncan with Antonio Whitehall. Number 2 is Van Gilder, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Neville Stevenson. Number 3, It's That Time, owned by True North Thoroughbreds, trained by Michael Nault with Chavi and Chow. Number 4 is Convention, owned by John Gannis, trained by Jared Brown with Sven Balrup. Number 5 is Great Escape, owned by Arnold Benowith, Rick Clayton, and Lano East, Randy Haug, R6 Stables, Gary Kropp, and Norman Tremblay, trained by Robertino Diodoro with Rico Walcott. Number 6 is Magic Tiger, owned by Bill Meikle and Windancer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson with Demario Bino. Rounding out our field is number 7, Brock On By, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Following the running of the Harvey Warner Manitoba Mile Stakes, the Warner family will make a presentation to the winning connections. Post time for the Harvey Warner Manitoba Mile. They'll go to post in approximately 3 minutes. And we're still looking for a couple people for the Manitoba Derby sweepstakes. Jennifer Ray and Nora Garcia Caron. You're going to have 5 minutes to report to guest services on the main floor, South End. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, many of the top boys going a mile or 8 furlongs, running for $50,000. There's some good horses in here. Let's go with the 5, the Invader from Oaklawn Park. Has run here before, ran well. Those races make him competitive. Some of those races at Oaklawn Park are just so good. Should be right near the pace, can stalk and take over. Who can upset him? I think it's the 6. Magic Tiger has looked so good in all 4 of his starts here. He's going to stalk. He's going to sit about 5 or 6 lengths back and make a big move late. The rail horse could get a nice trip along the rail with your top jock, Antonio Whitehall. watch out for him, but I'm going to go 5, 6, and 1. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I got the same 3 horses, but I'm putting number 6, Magic Tiger, on top. There is speed in here. The 1 has a bit, the 3 has speed, the 5 and the 7. So 4 out of the 7 horses could go to the front end. So I think there's going to be a hot pace like we've seen the last couple races. And that proved good for the closers who got it done. So I'm taking Magic Tiger on top. Our Derby runner-up from last year, Great Escape in second. And I'm rounding it out with the 1, Big Nick. So I'm going to take 6, 5, and 1. Good luck here in race 4.
It's post time.
Big Nick nestled away in the starting gate. Van Gilder goes in. It's that time, locked and loaded. Next up, Convention. Great Escape, the 4-5 favorite. Finds his spot. Just 2 left to load. Magic Tiger. Now just waiting on Brock on by. to the outside. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off in the Harvey Warner Manitoba Mile. It's that time. Showing speed on the inside. Great Escape. In between horses, 3 wide. Brock on by also wants a piece of the front end. Settled back in 4th, Big Nick with Magic Tiger. On the outside, then it's Van Gilder. And Convention, the early trailer, is going to spot him 9 lengths early. The opening quarter, an honest 23-2. And it's that time, and Brock on by. These two, nose and nose, bridle to bridle, settled back in 3rd. Big Nick in a real good position with a lot of horse. Then it's Great Escape coming up the inside, Van Gilder. Then it's Magic Tiger and Convention. A heated half mile, 47-2. The leader's about to get company as Big Nick making a big wide move with Great Escape and Magic Tiger. They're engaging Brock on by. The leader, 3/4, 112-2. They hit the head of the lane. Big Nick made the big move and has it by 2 and is starting to pour it on. Big Nick at the 16th pole is gonna get it done in here. Big Nick wins the Harvey Warner Manitoba Mile. Convention looked like it rallied for a second to beat Great Escape. Magic Tiger finished in 4th. The Stewarts have posted number 1, Big Nick, as your unofficial winner. A photograph has been called to determine the place and show positions. They went the opening quarter 23-2, the half 47-2, 6 furlongs 112-2, 7 furlongs 125-1. Time for the mile, a quick 137-4. Results of the photo show number 4, Convention. Finishing 2nd. 3rd goes to number 5, Great Escape. And 4th to number 6, Magic Tiger. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner of the Harvey Warner Manitoba Mile, that's number 1, Big Nick. Big Nick is a dark Bayern brown gelding, 5 years old by Bayern, out of the mare Appearance by Harlington. Owned by Roll the Dice Stable and Royce Finley, trained by Murray Duncan And ridden to victory by Antonio Whitehall. Time for the mile, 1:37.4. Assiniboia Downs is very pleased to have on hand the Warner family to make a presentation to the winning connections. Race 4 is official in the upcoming 5th race. The Remax Gallop race, there are no changes. Kicking off the late pick 3 here in race number 5. And just a reminder that if you are new to racing, to download the new Dark Horse Bets app. All new account signups receive a free $30 deposit to their account. The Dark Horse Bets app was designed for people new to horse racing, making wagering simple with smart picks predictions available for all races. Get your free $30 now by signing up for Dark Horse Bets. You just have to scan the QR code on the front of your program. welcome back down Paddock for race number 5 for this $7,500 claimer. For 3-year-olds and up, they're going to go 6 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 4, Big Nick. We talked about the dream trip behind the speed on the rail. Wow, did that ever happen?
Yeah, just like you called it, sitting back, and that was the key. What impressed me was kind of the when he took off in the stretch, when the 5 kind of came to him, he had another gear. And that's the big thing for him. Just Antonio, just such a good patient, didn't move. Knew that the horses in front were it's going a little too fast, kind of setting it up. Got the trip, and wow, impressive performance.
Very much so. Okay, on to race number 5, Stretch. Now these next 2 pretty wide open events.
Very wide open. I'm actually a little surprised on who the favorite is. I didn't.
Yeah, at 4 to 5.
I didn't actually know who the favorite was going to be, actually, but I didn't think you could have a 4 to 5 shot in here. Neither of us have the horse in here. Julie already knows who I'm going to, and that's the 2, Last Renegade. Last time this horse went 6.5 furlongs, won at Turf Paradise. That's my angle on this. The first race at ASD battled some good horses and tired. I think this horse can stalk, sit pretty close, and likes the distance and the just a much easier field. Also has a really sharp work coming in, a 48-1. I think I'm going to get a price. I am 6-1. Right trip, gets through, could get up.
Yeah, we both see that battle happening between the 4 Not Afraid and the 5 Little Toe. So if those 2 go as hard and as fast as they go, you got to take a closer in here, and that's why I went to number 9, Gone Somewhere. Started off the year with a 3rd-place finish in a key race. You see Big Nick was the winner of that one. Mr. McLean ran 2nd. That's a horse you are going to be playing in that first level allowance. Then won easily at this level, going 7 furlongs. Then tried to go to the front in the first level allowance. Lost to Gallon Oak and a dropper, Warriors Map from the 2nd level. But ran a great race again last time out, only to lose by a nose. This horse definitely can sprint, doesn't need to be far away, does draw outside in here, but I don't think that's a problem, and I'm loving the price.
Oh, it's a great price, bit of an overlay there for sure. I went to another Bombs Away horse, 19-1, almost the longest shot on the board. This horse won at 28-1 the last time this horse was going 6 furlongs. We've talked about this horse 2 and 3 back, and just a little bit outclassed. I think it was at the wrong distance, now goes back to the right distance and the right level. I think this horse certainly can be in the mix. Again, needs that stalking trip, won't be too far off, and the speed backs up, gets to the winner's circle, you get paid, or I get paid.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I like the horse also. I also like number 5, Little Toe. We'll be banging it out with number 4, Not Afraid. But this horse has yet to get an easy race. I guess the easiest was the first time out for 5,500, battled for a quarter mile and then pulled away on everybody. Then in the next race, battled every step of the way, and then Roaming Union came flying on by to get that win. Has been off a little bit, but comes in with a solid work, a half mile in 50-3. This is a horse that can stick around and get a piece.
Yeah, well, there's so many that can do that. I went to the 8 as kind of the reliable horse that likes to be in the money. The key on this one last time was Not Afraid was the lone speed, and we both like Not Afraid because of the lone speed. Now should get the pace battle up front, gets claimed, and the trainers decided, let's take the blinkers off and see what happens. I'm really interested to see how he's going to respond, being that he's 10, probably set in his ways, and we'll see if he doesn't mind the blinkers.
Yeah, another horse to look at, number 1, Ethan's Animal, 16-1 on the board. This horse also has a back race that looks pretty good in this field. Over at Turfway, rallied from 8th in a 12-horse field to draw off to win by 2 lengths. Has been lately going around 2 turns. Ran a good race against Perciability. Perciability was lone speed, beating Grey Admiral, who came back to win. And then last time out was bumped around in the turn, lost all chance. Chavi and Chow already has a winner on the card. Draws inside, so another one with a chance.
For sure. Let's talk about Lucky. Now, the 6 horse. This is interesting. This horse we both liked last time. and I was a little disappointed on the loss. But when you go back and look at the figures are very good. This is one of these horses that I wouldn't say lost. Just that day, North Fork was just a little bit better. Maybe has to run back to that race, but might be on that improving cycle. Could get the right trip. Again, a bombs away type horse, but certainly could be there.
And number 7, Gold Special. Here's a horse that was in the allowances and stakes last year and has done well, but so far this year, got a wake-up call 2 outs ago when it took the plummet down to the non-4 lifers and lost a heartbreaker to Impressive Sense. Came back, ran a good race sprinting again, but Lucky Luke and North Fork were much better. But this horse was claimed and comes in a much tougher event today at where the horse used to be, but has been beaten by many that are in here.
Okay, and the one we've left out so far is the 4 is the favorite at even money, which the horse certainly can. Horse absolutely can win. I would not take this horse at even money. And we just talked about last time he won because he had a loose lead. There is other speed in here to battle. The horse certainly can win, deserves to be right there. Careful on the win price. It'll be interesting to see. It's been a fair track. If they've been going slow up front, they can hang around. They're not going to go as slow as he did last time. Be interesting to see if he can carry his speed.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 5. Stretch, what do you have?
I'm going with some bombs in here. I'm going to play a $1 tri-wheel, 2-3 with 2-3 with all, and then 2-3, wedge in the all with 2-3, $14 each bet, total 28. If I can get that, I'm going to get paid.
No doubt about it. I'm going to go place betting. I've been doing well with these. I'm going 40 to place on the 9, Gone Somewhere. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 5, and we'll see you back for race 6. Bugler Richard calls the field onto the track for the Remax Gallop. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $14,800. Number 1 is Ethan's Animal, owned by Line Life Stable, trained by Ryan DeJarlis with Chavi and Chow. Number 2 is Last Renegade, owned by Wendy Anderson and Keith Wright, trained by Wendy Anderson with Demario Bino. Number 3 is Roaming Union, owned by Ray Cotto Jr., trained by Tom Gardaby Jr. with Praven Badri. Number 4 is Not Afraid, owned by Tom Boyko, trained by Carl Anderson with Tim Tarasenko. Number 5 is Little Toe, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 6 is Lucky Luke, owned and trained by Don Senebald with Siobhan Bell. Number 7 is Gold Special, owned by Keno Martin, trained by Curtis Maxwell with Arthur Badu. Number 8 is Marquee Well, owned by Two Bit Outfit, trained by Larry Sizik with Neville Stevenson. Rounding out the field is number 9, Gone Somewhere, owned by Club 3D, trained by Curtis Maxwell with Sven Ballroop. The Remax Gallop race here in race number 5. They'll go to post in approximately 3 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, the boys going 6 furlongs in a fun, wide open field. 9 horses going. I'm trying to beat the favorite. I think the 4 can get beat. Let's go to the 2 at 6-1. This horse is dropping back from a longer distance, going shorter. Should get a nice stalking trip. Has won at this distance before. Right trip, could get there. Another long shot, 14-1. Another closer. I'm hoping that's fast paced, backs up and sets it up. Won at big odds a few starts ago, hoping to do the same. And the last one that's just always reliable in the money, that's the 8. But some long shots possible. Let's go 2, 3, and 8. Kirt.
I agree, Stretch. This is a race where you can chase long shots. I'm going to number 9, Gone Somewhere. This horse has run a couple real big races this year, has a good stalking running style, gets to cut back in distance, and I really like that. With the outside post position, that won't hurt. Coming off that second beat in the nose, I think he can run big. I also like number 5, Little Toe. Will be get into the battle, but has been sticking around, and I'm with you on number 3, Roaming Union. If this horse runs like he did last time he sprinted, big shot. I'm giving you 9, 5, and 3. Good luck here in race 5. Ethan's Animal, the first to go in. Next up, Last Renegade. Roaming Union finds his spot. The even money favorite, Not Afraid, goes in. Next up, Little Toe. Lucky Luke walks up and in. Now Gold Special. Just 2 left to load. Marquee Well. And waiting on Gone Somewhere to the outside. Marquee Well a little fractious. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. Breaking a little slow was Marquee Well. From the inside, Not Afraid. Shows good early speed, but matched by Little Toe in between horses. 3 wide, Lucky Luke also putting on pressure, settled in behind. That's going to be Last Renegade and Gone Somewhere. 3 more lengths back to Marquee Well, and behind them by 2, Ethan's Animal, Roaming Union, and well back to Gold Special. 22 and 3 the opening quarter. Not Afraid still up by 3/4 of a length. Little Toe back to second. Making a move up the fence, that's Last Renegade. Marquee Well looking for a seam. 45 and 3, and Not Afraid. Putting on a show right now is up by 4, coming to the 16th pole. Not Afraid. Last Renegade with a late charge, but it's all Not Afraid. Last Renegade in second. Blanket finish for third between Marquee Well, Gone Somewhere, and Lucky Luke. The Stewart's supposed to number 4, Not Afraid, as your race winner. Second goes to number 2, Last Renegade. A photograph has been called to determine the show position. They went the opening quarter 22 and 3, the half 45 and 3. 5 furlongs, 58 and 1. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1, 11 and 1. Results of the photo show number 6, Lucky Luke. Finishing third. 4th goes to number 8, Marquee Well. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner of the Remax Gallop race, that's number 4, Not Afraid. Not Afraid is a chestnut gelding, 5 years old, by Vindagari, out of the mare I Ain't Afraid by Go Sapper. Owned by Tom Boyko, trained by Carl Anderson, and ridden to victory by Tim Tarasenko. Time for the 6 furlongs, 111-1. Congratulations goes out to trainer Carl Anderson, who scores the double. 2 wins for trainer Carl Anderson. Race 5 is official in the upcoming 6th race. The Remax Unstoppable starts here race. Kicking off the first of 2 classic high 5 races. They'll go to post in 17 minutes. Are you new to Assiniboia Downs? Then check out the 140 VLTs on the climate-controlled 2nd level. They're open all day, every day from 10 a.m. to 1 a.m. Also, did you know that every Monday through Labor Day features free family fun activities, including bouncy castles, face painting, and kids entertainment. The fun starts at 6:30, so bring the whole family. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 6 for this allowance. Optional $15,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Our first of 2 classic high 5 races. Let's take a look back at race number 5. Well, Stretch, I think we missed the memo.
We totally missed the memo on the 4. I think we're the only 2 that didn't bet the 4 to win. It was a big
4 to 5.
4 to 5. The horse looked good. I was trying to beat him, and that's what I thought there was going to be some pressure. Horse ran really well. There's $3.60 horses, and I didn't think that one was. But hey, you cashed a ticket, so you were right if you bet it. And moving on.
All right, on to race number 6, Stretch. It's not going to get easy in here. Not as easy as the last race, because I'm pretty sure nobody's going off at 4 to 5.
No, I don't think so. This is right on the cusp of a stake race going short. I've landed on the 7 as my top selection. I thought he ran a real good race first out, going 5.5. Made a nice move, real good move, and then just kind of flattened. They went in a quick time. Clearly needed that race. Then you get a nice breezing work out in the morning. I think this horse is going to improve. If you watched ASD Live, I was talking about this horse always gets that prep and then runs a big effort after that, and that's what I'm hoping. 5 to 2, I would have liked a little bit higher, but this horse has some class and does win races.
Oh, yeah, former stakes winner, real grace. I also like number 6, Trumpum. Trumpum won 2 outs ago and did it going wire to wire, but then last time stepped up to the second level allowance. And what I really like about this horse is the closing kick that it showed last time out. Market King was gone on the front end, but Trumpum was absolutely flying late. If that race was 6 furlongs, Trumpum would have ran down Market King, or at least would have made it close. So I think this is a horse that's only had 3 starts this year, limited, but it seems like they're placing him in the right spots. And if Trumpum runs the same kind of race, I'm going to get paid.
Yeah, that last race was so impressive. Was he on the outside? And yeah, I agree with you there. I could have included that horse in my selections. Let's go to the 3. A little bit of concern here is this horse a sprinter? Right on the cusp of being one. I'm going to need a fast-paced duel and the speed to back up to get him there. I could almost say, Beth, I need a stretch change alert on the picks, but I'm going to stick with it right now. I do have this horse in second. So horse has to sit close enough to make that move. Easily has the class to do this. When it was at Turfway Park, ran a nice second. So a race like that can put this horse right in the mix.
Yeah, another horse I like in here, number 5, Pray for Peace. This horse has sprinted with success. Ran a great race, you see, on July 2nd, Churchill Downs last year. Only getting beat by 2 3/4. Shipped up for the Derby trial. Won easily by 6, and then ended up running flat in the Derby and the Canadian Derby, was put on the shelf, came back and ran a really good race against Big Nick and Market King. Then not as good a race in the middle, but last time out, that was another really good effort as they ended up going the mile distance. I like this cutback from the mile. This horse gets in out of the non-winner of the year part of the condition. I think this is a perfect spot for Pray for Peace, and 10 to 1.
For sure, that cutback I really like. I'm going to go back to the 9. This horse was basically the favorite against this group last time. And now you're getting 13 to 1. Obviously ran a little bit flat. If you look at 2 back, was in the stake race closing late. That was a good race. First race over the track. Toyed with the field after not getting out of the gate. You get Mike Taphorn with the workout coming in. That's his angle. It works. 13 to 1 is even above the 10 to 1 morning line. Like, you throw that last race out, this horse is probably the favorite. I'm giving him a pass on the last one, and I will be including him at 13 to 1.
Let's look at number 1, Jeff Fafa. Jeff Fafa came onto the scene this year, a seasoned 4-year-old, and absolutely demolished him for allowance. Then lost to Private Frank, who has won 4 in a row this year. Then lost to Mine Noah in a good race, and then back-to-back wins, climbing back up the ladder. This horse brings blazing speed. The 10 also has speed, but if they let Jaffafa go out all by himself, he might do the Not Afraid like last race.
Absolutely. Rail speed is always tough. Let's go to the 2, 40-1, longest shot. An interesting betting pattern because the first couple starts, second and third start, there was some early action. The horse ran really well. Last time, it ran a little bit flat. But this horse can run. He shouldn't be 40-1. There's no chance he should be at that price. 2 and 3 back puts him kind of in the mix. Maybe not to win it, but if you're playing exactors or the high 5, you may want to include this one.
Yeah, also look at number 4, El Maestro. This is a horse that might look like it's a cut below, but ran a really good race first time out against Market King, then came back at the second level allowance, ran against Magic Tiger, but those were suicide fractions on the front end, 47 for the half mile. The horse was laid up since then, 4 straight workouts, and the last one, the most recent, a nice sharp 3 furlongs, has a good running style for this race, so I'd throw this in at bombs away.
Absolutely, another one of those price horses. Let's talk about the 10 on the outside. We talked about the 1 being the speed on the rail. One thing Carino's good at, he can get the horse out. May not have to duel, may just have to sit on the flank. He has that back class that he could stalk, take over, and hold off the closers. You're getting 11-1, bit of an overlay. Certainly somebody to consider in there.
And Carino's already won on the horse. Also look at number 8, Courageous. This is a horse beaten double digits last time out in the RJ Spears. Likes going a distance of ground. I just think this is just too short today. Horse is getting a little bit of a tightener, waiting for a longer race.
I think so, but it does close. If there is an all-out battle, maybe a 4th or 5th for your high 5, and then you get the pool.
Oh, no doubt about it. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race 6. Stretch, lead us off as usual.
Okay, let's go with
Look at me taking up most of the board for once.
All about Kirt show,
Yeah,
apparently.
okay.
It's just soon
I
to
don't
be the
mind that.
Kirt show, but right now it's about Stretch.
Okay.
Stretch wants to give out $5 Exactabox 3, 7, and 9. So that's $30. If you just want to do a $1 and only spend the $6, box 3, 7, and 9. You just need 2 of the 3.
And myself, you can go 2 in play show on the 6, but I'm stepping it up. 10 win, 20 place, 30 show on number 6, Trumpum, who's going to try and rally late. Good luck with all your selections here in race 6. And we'll see you back for race 7, the 75th running of the Manitoba Derby. The horses are on the track for race number 6. The Remax Unstoppable starts here race. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $18,500. Number 1 is Jaffafa, owned by Pierre Esqual, trained by Wendy Anderson with Demario Bino. Number 2 is Brody Streak, owned by Larry Henry, trained by Tom Gardaby Jr. with Ronald Alley. Number 3 is Explosive, owned by Arneson Farns, trained by Steve Kaplan Jr. with Stanley Shady Jr. Number 4 is El Maestro, owned by Marvin and Deb Buffalo, trained by Marvin Buffalo with Sven Balru. Number 5 is Pray for Peace, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, with Antonio Whitehall. Number 6 is Trump 'em, owned by Kirk Sutherland, trained by Rick Wise, with Chavi and Chow. Number 7 is Real Grace, owned by Shelley Brown, Gene McEwen, and Bet Holtman, trained by Shelley Brown, with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 8 is Courageous, owned by Hetty Kling, trained by Maria Stanford, with Neville Stevenson. Number 9 is Mr. Dazzle, owned by Kyle and Megan Hebert, trained by Mike Taphorn, with Praven Badri. Rounding out our field is number 10, Stay Happy, owned by Jared Brown, Shamrock Racing Stables, and Regal Group, trained by Jared Brown, with Jorge Carreño. The Remax Unstoppable starts here in race number 6. They'll go to post in approximately 3 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, turning your programs back to race number 5, we had a claim to report. Claim for $7,500 was number 8, Marquee Well. Claim by Jared Brown and Lucky 8 stable trainer Jared Brown. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, we've got a full field of 10 boys going 6 furlongs. Highly competitive, absolutely wide open race. Let's start with the 7. Real Grace had a nice first start, now should improve even more after getting a workout. Belongs in this group, if anything, might be a step above this group. Should Stock take a run and see if he can keep going. The closer that'll be near the back will be the 3. If there's a fast pace, this horse can get up there. And a good long shot, Mr. Dazzle, will be on the outside and make hopefully his patent late move. He's 10-1. There's prices out there to get and have big payouts. 7, 3, and 9, Kirt.
Yeah, Stretch, I see that big battle between the 1 and 10, so I went closers also. I went to number 6, Trump 'em, only 3 starts this year. Got a win 2 outs ago. Ran second in this condition last time out and was coming like a freight train. So I like him on top. I do like Real Grace, a multiple stakes winner. Should improve off that last start a little bit is good enough. And the 5 horse, Pray for Peace, dropping from a mile to 6 furlongs. Also has some early foot to stay in contention. 6, 7, 5 for me. Good luck here in race 6. Jeff Fafa, the slight favorite at 5-2, is in the starting gate. Brody Streak walks in. Next up, Explosive. El Maestro now goes in. Pray for Peace's turn. Trumpum goes in. Real Grace is next. Next up, Courageous. Just 2 left to load. Mr. Dazzle. And just waiting on Stay Happy to the outside. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. Quickly on the outside, Stay Happy. Showing some speed, as is Real Grace. On the inside, Jafafa goes out and makes it 3 across. Settled back in 4th, Brody Streak. Trumpum to the outside. Also within contention, that's gonna be Pray for Peace. Explosive on the rail. Another length back, that's Mr. Dazzle trying to rally. And your trailers, El Maestro and Courageous. 22 seconds, the opening quarter. Jafafa with the lead by a length and a half. In between horses, Real Grace, Brody Streak on the rail. They turn for home, and Jafafa, 44-3. Sizzling on the front end. This is all Jafafa, who's gonna get it done. Brody Streak second best. Third's gonna go to Real Grace. 4th to Pray for Peace. The Stewarts of Bosa number 1, Jafafa. As your unofficial winner, second goes to number 2, Brody Streak. Third to number 7, Real Grace. A photograph has been called to determine the 4th place finisher. They went the opening quarter, 22 seconds. The half, 44-3. 5 furlongs, 57-1. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:10-2. Results of the photo show number 5, Pray for Peace, finished in 4th. 5th goes to number 10, Stay Happy. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner of the Remax Unstoppable Starts Here race. That's number 1, Jaffafa. Jaffafa is a chestnut gelding, 4 years old, by Competitive Edge, out of the mare Alamana Drive by Awesome Again. Owned by Pierre Esqual, trained by Wendy Anderson, and ridden to victory by Demario Bino. Time for the 6 furlongs, an impressive 1:10-2. Race 6 is official in the upcoming 7th race. Our featured race on the card, the 75th running of the Manitoba Derby, kicking off the first leg of the Western Canadian Triple Crown. Number 4, Neighbor, please take note, is a first-time gelding. Number 5, B Minor, is also a first-time gelding. The 75th running of the Manitoba Derby, the first leg of the Western Canadian Triple Crown, and they'll go to post in 16 minutes. Well, after the final race, be sure to head up to the clubhouse where our popular Crazy Hour kicks in. Beer, shots, and wine just $4.75 and 25% off all appetizers. Plus 140 VLTs ready for action until 1 a.m. welcome back down the paddock for our featured race on the card. The 75th running of the 1.125 Manitoba Derby for 3-year-olds. Kicking off the first leg of the Western Triple Crown Series. But first, let's take a look back at race number 6. Well, the pace battle between the 1 and 10 really didn't emerge as Jafafa set up some horrid fractions on the front end, and this horse just keeps getting better.
He does keep getting better. We watched it the first start, crushed, and has kept going. One narrow loss to Private Frank. How about those fractions? How fast is this track? We're kind of looking for lightning, and speed is carrying, so got to watch that. That was going short anyway. Now we're going 1.125 miles. It's a good one, full field of 10. Looking forward to it.
Okay, Stretch.
Here we go.
What do you like in the big one?
All right, we're on the same horse here. It only makes sense because you've got a horse that's on the improve. Only has one win, but I like that last 2 races. In fact, this horse is learning how to run, can sit just off the pace, and you called it on the show. This horse had to wait, and then the jockey wanted the horse to get going, gets out earlier, might have won it. That was a solid field in there at Prairie Meadows. I think you're going to see the same kind of trip. If you remember the earlier race with the sprinter, I'm blanking on the name. You'll get it for me in race 4.
The earlier race,
Big Nick. Thank you very
much.
I think the same race is going to go with Big Nick. Same number, same spot, same outcome.
Yeah, I think this horse will be forward in the race. Another horse that I do like in here, that's number 3, Sheboy. Sheboy just broke the maiden at $100,000 level and did it real easy as there was a torrid pace battle on the front end, but cruised to easy victory. And I like that when it goes against lesser horses and just demolishes them. But the 2 previous start at Keeneland and Churchill, maiden allowance, against Bourbon Resolve 3 outs ago, ran a very game third, and then had the lead going 1.25 miles at Churchill. Got a little tired late, but that was 1.25 miles. Today's 1.125 miles. I think the horse will love the distance.
For sure, horse is on the improve. I'm going to go to the 5 as my second selection. The other Diodoro horse in here, I think he can run 1-2. He's done that before. They decided to take the blinkers off, which is interesting, and then couple works. What I do like, this horse has had a couple works, been here about a month, I guess. 2 works at ASD. That's going to help. Shouldn't be too far back, and this blinkers just jump out at me. That this horse is going to be right there, getting 7-1. I think the horse needs to improve a little bit, but certainly can be right there with his stablemate.
Yeah, let's look at one of the local horses. Number 2, Chicago's Gray, came from Oaklawn Park and instantly was an absolute star, breaking the maiden by 8, coming back in the primetime TV and the Golden Boy, going to the lead in both of those races and easily carrying on for victory. Last time out, the horse really never went to the front, just kind of sat there and rated off the pace. I don't think they're going to do that today. I think they're going to go for the gold at the front and go as fast and as far as they can go.
I agree. Something didn't seem right. Maybe they were trying something. Gets a really good work coming in, so I think an improvement there. Let's go to the 8 horse on the outside. Battled a big effort last time, was wide throughout, and just got up. You saw Gallant Oak win big earlier on. And remember, this 8 was running against older. That does make a difference. This horse does have 3 wins, 5 seconds already. Many of them only have 1. I think this horse at 13-1 is in the mix.
And we've seen Gallant Oak come back and win today. Also look at number 4, Neighbor, another horse coming from down south, Churchill Downs most recently. Broke its maiden for $30,000 2 outs ago. Last time out in that $50,000 non-2 lifer, those fractions were really slow as they went the half mile and 51 2, 3/4 and 1/16. Wasn't able to get there, but this horse has been gelded since that last start and comes in with some really flashy morning workouts. Neighbor might be able to turn it around, and you will be rewarded 35-1.
Sure, and the 10 on the outside is the horse with the most wins in the field. Just kept winning, won the Derby trial was close to the pace. I don't think he will not be close to the pace today. I think he's going to stalk and make a move. The longer distance is only going to help him. Don't leave him out at 15-1, another price.
Yeah, he tried all the way down the lane in the Golden Boy and the Primetime TV, and that was a good experience around 2 turns. Also look at number 6, Rough Customer, the lone maiden in the field, tackling winners in here, but Rough Customer only lost to Head Bob for second in the Derby trial, ran a good race in the Golden Boy also. It's going to have a tough time cracking the top 3 in here, but definitely not to be thrown out for the high 5.
Absolutely, and there's a slight carryover there. Let's go to the 7. This horse is a bunch of seconds in there. It's the right running style to pick up the pieces late, 70-1. Can he win it? I don't think so. He'd really have to improve, but you get really paid if he wins. Stranger things has happened. But again, another good horse to be maybe 4th or 5th.
And number 9, Green Amazon, had a lot of experience around 2 turns as a 2-year-old. Was on the fringes of a big effort. Then it broke its maiden. Ran 3rd in an allowance non-2 event. But look at the winner. The winner of race number 6 beat it. And then last time out, ran much better going around the 2 turns in the Derby trial. Here's another one that just has to be thrown in. Any of those bets that you're using 4th and 5th.
Yeah, and a reminder, I think only the 3 horses, the only horse that's gone the dist or a little bit longer. Many haven't gone the 1.1 miles. Strange, some horses can get better going longer.
I agree. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race 7. Stretch, what do you have?
Well, I'm going to just make it simple. A $2 tri wheel, 1 with 3, 5, 8, with 3, 5, 7, 8, 10. A couple of long shots underneath the 1. Finish it off simple. We've both just been off today, trying to beat some of the favorites and haven't really done it. So I see you're going all in on an exacta.
Oh, yeah, I am. I really like Heroic Move to win it, but Sheboy, I think this horse has been improving greatly. So I'm going to go a $50 exactor, 1 in 3. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 7. And we'll see you back tomorrow, 6:45 Central for ASD Live. Assiniboia Downs is proud to present our featured field here in race number 7. It's the 75th running of the Manitoba Derby, the first leg of the Western Canadian Triple Crown, brought to you by Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries. They'll be going 1 1/8 miles for $125,000. Number 1 is Heroic Move, owned by Arnold Benowith, Rick Wiest, Clayton Wiest, Lana Wiest, Randy Haug, R6 Stables, Gary Kropp, and Norman Tremblay, trained by Robertino Diodoro with Rico Walcott. Number 2 is Chicago's Gray, owned by Roll the Dice Stable, Royce Finley, and Arneson Farms, trained by Murray Duncan with Stanley Shady Jr. Number 3 is Sheboy, owned by Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners, trained by Craig Smith with Alexander Marty. Number 4 is Neighbor, owned by Willow Creek Farms and Fabio Chisa, trained by Robert Kingston with Dane Nelson. Number 5 is B Minor, owned by Arnold Benowith, Rick Weiss, Clayton Weiss, Lana Weiss, Randy Haug, R6 Stables, Gary Kropp, and Norman Tremblay, trained by Robertino Diodoro with Jorge Carreño. Number 6, Rough Customer, owned by Ray Blassetti, trained by Rod Hagee with Andre Martin. Number 7, Discovery Peak, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Neville Stevenson. Number 8 is Manodura, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Antonio Whitehall. Number 9 is Green Amazon, owned by Hardball Stable, trained by Stephen Gaskin with Sven Balru. Rounding out our featured field is number 10, Saxon Saga, owned by Bill Meikle and Windancer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Following the running of the Manitoba Derby, the Manitoba Jockey Club Board of Directors will make a presentation to the winning connections. The 75th running of the Manitoba Derby, the first leg of the Western Canadian Triple Crown. They'll go to post in approximately 3 minutes.
Here we go, Manitoba Derby going 9 furlongs, which is 1 1/8 miles. This is the best 3-year-olds around, at least here, and some invaders. Let's go to the 1. That's where the race goes through. It's running at Prairie Meadows. Should get a nice stalking trip. Gets a clean trip. Watch out. It's got a nice move. looks like he's going to improve even more after his last start. Who else could finish second or maybe an upset? That's the 5, the entry mate. This horse has 2 good works at the track. Adds blinkers. Again, stalking trip could be right there. Who's the best local horse that I think can be in there? That's the 8. Has a start. Raced wide last time against Oler. 13-1. But let's go 1, 5, and 8. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on your top selection. Number 1, Heroic Move. 2 big races in a row. Little trap last time out. Had to wait for room. Got out and only lost by a half a length in the end. I think a really good running style for this race. I also like number 3, Sheboy. I think this horse is coming into its own after breaking the maiden easily by 7. I think is on the improve right now. And I also like number 8, Manodura. Did beat a horse who came back to win today with a good running style. So I'm giving you 1, 3, and 8. Good luck here in race number 7. It's post time. Heroic Move, the 3-5 favorite, leads the 3-year-olds into the starting gate. Next up, Chicago's Gray. Sheboy ready to go in. Neighbor is in. B minor steps up and in. Rough Customer is next. Discovery Peak finds his spot. Manodura goes in. Just 2 left to load. Green Amazon. And just waiting on Saxon Saga to the outside. Neighbor fractious in the starting gate. Slight delay into the running of the Manitoba Derby. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a late scratch to report in this 7th race. Scratch number 4, Neighbor. Once again, a late scratch to report in this 7th race. Scratch number 4, Neighbor. If you wagered on number 4, Neighbor, there will be a complete refund. If you have number 4, Neighbor, in your pick 3s, pick 4s, or pick 5s, the favorite at post time will be substituted. Late scratch here in race 7, scratch to 4, Neighbor. Great job by the gate crew. Post time approximately 2 minutes away. Once again, the 2-5 favorite Heroic Move goes into the starting gate. Chicago's Gray steps up and in. It's now Sheboy's turn. B Minor walks up and in. Rough Customers in. Discovery Peak next. Here comes Manodura. Just 2 left to load. Green Amazon. And just waiting on Saxon Saga to the outside. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off in the 75th running of the Manitoba Derby. Chicago's Gray hopped at the start on the inside. Heroic Move going right after the early lead, setting himself in position with B Minor. The stablemate to the outside, Sheboy up close early. Also Green Amazon, Saxon Saga, and Rough Customer. Your early trailers are gonna be Discovery Peak at the back. The opening quarter, 23-3, and Heroic Move has that lead by a length and a quarter. Sheboy to the outside in second. Back in third, Manodura. A gap of 4 lengths back. That's Green Amazon on the rail and trying to make up ground. B Minor. Another gap back to our trailers, Rough Customer and Discovery Peak. The half mile, a quick 47-3, 3/4, 11-4, and Heroic Move with the lead by a length. Manodura digging deep in second. Sheboy back to third on the outside. They hit the head of the lane, and Heroic Move running big. Manodura looks him in the eye. These two, a 16th of a mile to go. Manodura is going to give Henry Witt Jr. his first Manitoba Derby. Second best Heroic Move. Third is going to go to Sheboy. Fourth to Green Amazon. And fifth to Discovery Peak. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold all tickets. There's a Stewart's inquiry into the running of race 7. The Stewart's opposed to number 8, Manodura, as the race winner. Second goes to number 1, Heroic Move. Third to number 3, Sheboy. And fourth to number 9, Green Amazon. And there is a photo for fifth. They went the opening quarter 23-3, the half 47-3. 6 furlongs 111-4. The mile 138-2. Time for the mile and an eighth, 151-4. Results of the photos show number 7, Discovery Peak, finished in 5th. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner of the 75th running of the Manitoba Derby, the first leg of the Western Canadian Triple Crown. That's number 8, Manodura. Manodura is a chestnut colt, 3 years old, by Keen Ice, out of the mare Pinapista by Bernardini, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, and ridden to victory by Antonio Whitehall. Time for the mile and an eighth, 151-4. Congratulations goes out to jockey Antonio Whitehall, who scored the double, 2 wins for jockey Antonio Whitehall. Also, Assiniboia announced is very pleased to have on hand our board of directors,
for the Manitoba Jockey Club, who did make a presentation to the winning connections. Well, now it's time to head up to the clubhouse to enjoy Crazy Hour on the second level. Beer, shots, and wine, $4.75 and 25% off all appetizers. Racing resumes tomorrow and Wednesday at 7:30. See you then. But those on hand, head up to the clubhouse for Crazy Hour. And they're off in the Manitoba Derby.
Field of nine sent on the way in the CC Derby.
And they're off in the Canadian Derby. Red Knots will take the Manitoba Derby.
And Walcott takes the lead with Great Escape.
Regal Brian, Roller Coaster Ride, Regal Brian, he'll win the Derby.
And Great Escape winning the Canadian Derby.